Welcome to What If Sleepstorian, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and, if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe help me make more nightbound stories. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. Sea mist clung to Thornfield Manor's windows, each droplet catching amber lamplight from within. Miss Jane Marple adjusted her woolen shawl in the grand foyer, breathing salt air mingled with old roses from the garden. Floorboards whispered beneath her feet, while a grandfather clock marked time with centuries of patience. Something felt displaced here. A single glove abandoned on the mahogany table, its partner vanished. Autumn 1926 had settled along the English coast with particular magic, blurring boundaries between land and sea. Thornfield Manor commanded the cliffs with Georgian confidence, limestone walls weathered by countless storms yet standing with a dowager's stubborn grace. Windows faced the eternal waters, watching for ships that would never return. Miss Marple had arrived that afternoon aboard the coastal railway, tracks hugging the shoreline while the little train puffed through bracken and gorse. Lady Catherine Whitmore's invitation bore elegant script that trembled at the edges. Age or anxiety, Jane couldn't determine. The letter mentioned a missing family heirloom, a sapphire brooch that had vanished mysteriously, along with strange occurrences troubling the household's sleep. The 1920s had brought jazz to London ballrooms and bobbed hair to drawing rooms, yet here on Cornwall's coast, time moved with tidal patience. Gaslight competed with electric bulbs, motor cars shared roads with horse carts, and village traditions persisted while modernity advanced. In this liminal space, where old ways met new possibilities, secrets tended to surface unexpectedly. Hastings, the butler whose military bearing suggested service beyond domestic duties, had shown Jane to the blue room with quiet efficiency. "Lady Whitmore requests your presence in the library at 8 o'clock, madam," he'd said, voice carrying measured authority. "She finds evening hours conducive to remembering." Jane nodded, understanding immediately. Memory was a shy creature, often hiding in daylight only to emerge when shadows grew gentle. She unpacked methodically, knitting needles by the window, reading glasses on the bedside table, her worn Tennyson settling naturally into the reading chair's embrace. The blue room earned its name from delicate Wedgwood hues decorating the walls, reminiscent of summer skies over St Mary Mead, where mysteries bloomed among cottage gardens. East-facing windows revealed the sea's eternal conversation with shore, a dialogue continuing since Romans first glimpsed these white cliffs and decided to stay for tea. Preparing for dinner, Jane noticed small details revealing the household's current state. Water in the wash basin was precisely warm, attentive staff. Yet towels bore the stiffness of items hung too long in sea air, suggesting strain beneath maintained standards. Floorboards outside her room creaked with irregular pacing, footsteps pausing at her door before continuing with apparent reluctance. Lady Catherine Whitmore, when they finally met in the oak-panelled library, proved to be a woman of perhaps 60, whose beauty had aged gracefully. Silver hair arranged in fashionable Marcel waves contrasted with conservative clothing that negotiated between past and present. She moved with careful grace, having learned to navigate high society's treacherous currents while maintaining dignity. "Miss Marple," Lady Catherine said, extending a hand bearing garden soil's honest calluses despite her noble bearing. "How kind of you to come. When Dr. Haydock mentioned your particular talents, I wasn't certain whether to hope or fear." Her laugh held music from county ball days, yet underneath ran genuine worry that no social grace could mask. The library itself was a sanctuary where generations of Whitmores had contemplated everything from agricultural improvements to affairs of the heart. Thousands of volumes created tapestries of gold lettering against burgundy and green spines. Fire crackled with comfortable authority in the marble fireplace, while oil paintings of stern ancestors gazed down with patient disapproval, secretly wondering if descendants would ever master account book balancing. "Dr. Haydock speaks very highly of your powers of observation," Miss Marple replied gently, settling into a chair designed for confidences. "Though I prefer simply paying attention to small things others might overlook. People are remarkably consistent in their inconsistencies." Lady Catherine's eyes, deep water blue on cloudy days, brightened with what might have been relief. "And perhaps you can make sense of what's been happening here. The brooch is only the beginning." Their conversation unfolded gradually, each revelation adding petals to an emerging mystery. The sapphire brooch, a Regency family heirloom, had disappeared from Lady Catherine's jewellery box 3 weeks prior. The box showed no tampering signs, and other pieces, some considerably more valuable, remained untouched. More puzzling, the brooch had been sighted several times since its disappearance. Mrs. Pembroke, the housekeeper whose tenure stretched back to Lady Catherine's childhood, swore she'd glimpsed it pinned to a dress in the Rose Room's wardrobe, a guest chamber unoccupied for months. Young Molly, the housemaid whose enthusiasm matched her tendency toward romantic novels, claimed to have seen it glittering in moonlight on the grand staircase landing. Even Hastings mentioned observing what appeared to be the brooch's distinctive gleam reflected in the morning room's mirror. Yet when anyone approached for closer examination, the brooch proved to be something else. Light playing on a water glass, reflection from china, a book's blue binding carelessly left on a table. Lady Catherine confided with the air of someone sharing ghost stories by firelight that the brooch seemed to have taken on independent life, manifesting only when proper examination was impossible. "There's something else," Lady Catherine continued, voice dropping to barely above a whisper. "The music box." She gestured toward a delicate rosewood and mother-of-pearl confection on the library's side table, crafted by someone who understood that beauty should be both seen and heard. The box had belonged to her grandmother, playing a haunting opera melody when wound properly. For decades, it had remained silent, mechanism worn beyond repair. Recently, though, in night's deep hours, the melody had begun playing again. Not the full tune, but fragments. A phrase here, a trill there, as if someone were teaching it to remember its voice. The family had searched for explanations, checking for drafts, mice, any rational cause. They'd found nothing, yet the music continued at different hours, always incomplete, as if the box were trying to recall a lost dream. Miss Marple listened with patient attention, understanding that truth rarely arrived wearing clear labels. She asked gentle questions about household routine, recent visitors, staff or family changes. Each query was posed delicately, like arranging flowers where wrong pressure might break delicate stems. The household followed rhythms governing English country life for generations. Breakfast served at 8, with cook, Mrs. Dalton, preparing meals honouring both nutrition and Cornish traditions. Staff consisted of Hastings, Mrs. Pembroke, young Molly, and gardener Thomas Wickham, whose rose knowledge matched his ability to coax vegetables from soil most would consider too close to the sea for proper cultivation. Lady Catherine lived quietly, days divided between correspondence with friends scattered across the empire, watercolour painting capturing the coast's changing moods, and countless small responsibilities maintaining a property whose history stretched back to when the Americas were considered doubtful investments. Her late husband, Sir Reginald, had passed 5 years prior, leaving her with the manor, modest income, and quiet independence that women of her generation had learned to value above rubies. Recent visitors had been few but notable. Her nephew, Christopher Whitmore, had spent a week at the manor in late September, ostensibly discussing estate matters, but actually recovering from a romantic entanglement that had ended badly in London. Christopher possessed charm that made dowagers want to adopt him, and debutantes want to reform him, yet his business acumen approximated his ability to resist gambling on horses, whose names appealed to his poetic sensibilities. Dr. Morrison, the local physician serving coastal communities for 3 decades, had called twice recently, once for Lady Catherine's annual examination, and once to treat Thomas Wickham for a nasty cut sustained while pruning climbing roses adorning the manor's south wall. Dr. Morrison's visits were always welcome, as he possessed the rare gift of diagnosing ailments, while simultaneously providing commentary on local gossip that was both entertaining and surprisingly accurate. The vicar, Reverend Blackwood, had also been a frequent visitor, though his calls seemed motivated more by appreciation for Mrs. Dalton's seed cake than particular concern for Lady Catherine's spiritual welfare. Reverend Blackwood had served the parish 15 years, developing a reputation for sermons that were mercifully brief and surprisingly practical, often incorporating agricultural metaphors resonating with his largely rural congregation. As evening deepened and fog thickened beyond the library windows, Miss Marple began sensing subtle currents flowing beneath the Manor's polite surface. Love existed here, genuine affection between Lady Catherine and her staff, mutual respect grown over decades of shared experiences. Yet something else existed too, tension manifesting in small ways, slight hesitation before servants answered questions, conversations pausing when footsteps approached. Lady Catherine's eyes occasionally drifting toward windows as if expecting someone who might never arrive. The grandfather clock in the hall chimed 10 o'clock with sonorous dignity, an instrument that had marked time through 2 world wars, Queen Victoria's death, and countless smaller dramas making up history's true fabric. Miss Marple accepted Lady Catherine's offer of a nightcap, sherry tasting of Spanish sunshine and quiet evenings, and retired to the blue room with comfortable fatigue. Yet sleep proved elusive. Perhaps it was unfamiliar coastal night rhythms, where wave sounds replaced St. Mary Mead's familiar owl and church bell chorus. Perhaps it was sea air's quality, which seemed to carry more oxygen than inland atmosphere, leaving her feeling oddly energized despite the day's travel. Or perhaps it was simply the mystery itself, presenting various elements demanding solution before dawn. She found herself at the window, watching fog roll in from the sea with nature's majestic authority over human affairs. Mist moved with purposeful grace, transforming familiar landscape into something from a Gothic novel, where every shadow might conceal secrets and every sound herald revelation. The nearly full moon struggled to pierce fog's embrace, creating ethereal glow emanating from everywhere and nowhere at once. It was then she saw the figure. At first it appeared merely a denser fog concentration, light and shadow tricks that the mind's pattern-seeking nature interpreted as human form. But as Miss Marple watched with patient attention, cultivated over decades of village life, the figure resolved into something unmistakably real. Someone moving through the manor's grounds with confident familiarity. The person moved with purpose but without haste, occasionally pausing to examine something in the gardens, or look back toward the house with careful consideration. Fog swirled around them, sometimes obscuring them entirely before parting to reveal continuing progress. Miss Marple's practical mind began cataloguing observations. The figure appeared medium height, dressed in dark clothing substantial enough for coastal weather. Their gait suggested terrain familiarity, no hesitant steps or directional confusion. Most intriguingly, they seemed to be carrying something, though fog and distance made identification impossible. Rather than raise immediate alarm, Miss Marple chose to observe. Experience had taught her that mysteries often revealed secrets to patient watchers, while premature intervention could scatter clues. She wrapped her shawl more securely and settled into the window seat with comfortable vigilance. The figure continued along the cliff walk, occasionally disappearing behind stunted hawthorn trees, growing in defiant clumps along the exposed coastline. Fog seemed to thin and thicken in irregular patterns, as if directed by atmospheric intelligence understanding dramatic timing's value. When Miss parted, Miss Marple could see the figure more clearly, definitely human, moving with deliberate intent, occasionally stopping to place something on the ground or examine particular locations. After perhaps 20 minutes of nocturnal activity, the figure began retracing steps toward the manor. As they approached the house, Miss Marple noticed they no longer appeared to be carrying whatever they'd taken on their outward journey. They moved more quickly now, with satisfied efficiency of someone who'd completed necessary tasks, and disappeared around the building's side toward what she assumed must be a service entrance. Miss Marple remained at the window another hour, but the mysterious visitor didn't reappear. Fog continued its patient landscape transformation, turning familiar grounds into something that might have existed in King Arthur's time, when reality and legend boundaries were as permeable as morning mist. Eventually, wave rhythms and shawl warmth combined to create drowsiness that had earlier eluded her, and she made her way to bed with satisfaction of someone given the first piece of an intriguing puzzle. Morning arrived with English breakfast genteel persistence, announcing itself through the blue room windows, gradual lightening and distant sounds of a household beginning daily routines. Miss Marple woke naturally, as was her custom, without alarm clocks or servants' summons. Fog had lifted during the night, revealing landscapes sparkling with dew and sea spray, as if the world had been newly minted while she slept. From her window she could see the cliff walk where the mysterious figure had wandered the previous evening. In daylight it appeared entirely innocent, a well-maintained path curving along the coastline bordered by hardy plants thriving in salt air and wind. Yet knowing what she'd observed in darkness, Miss Marple found herself studying the terrain with particular attention, noting bench placement, decorative plantings, and various points where someone might pause to admire views or contemplate the eternal drama of waves meeting shore. Breakfast was served in the morning room, a cheerful space facing east to catch early sunlight and decorated with Lady Catherine's watercolour paintings of local scenes. The meal itself was masterful English country cooking, eggs from the Manor's own hens, properly cured bacon, toast from bread baked that morning, and marmalade capturing Seville orange essence in amber sweetness. Mrs. Dalton clearly understood that breakfast was not merely bodily fuel, but soul comfort. Lady Catherine appeared at 8:30, dressed in a morning gown suggesting she'd slept better than her guest, though Miss Marple noticed slight shadows beneath her eyes, speaking of nights when worry kept proper rest at bay. They discussed whether, with elaborate courtesy, that the English had elevated to art form before Lady Catherine broached the subject clearly uppermost in her mind. "I hope you slept well, Miss Marple. I know sea air can be stimulating for those unaccustomed to it." "Quite well, thank you," Jane replied, adding careful honey measures to her tea, "though I confess I spent time at the window admiring how fog transformed your beautiful grounds. It created quite an atmospheric display." Lady Catherine's teacup paused halfway to her lips, and Miss Marple detected slight attention quickening. "Oh? Yes, fog can be quite dramatic. Here, did you observe anything particular?" "A figure walking along the cliff path," Miss Marple said gently. "Someone quite familiar with the terrain, moving with considerable purpose despite challenging visibility." Silence followed, filled with morning's small sounds, mantelpiece clock ticking, distant servant murmurs beginning daily tasks, seagulls crying over cliffs in eternal breakfast searches. Lady Catherine set down her teacup with careful precision, someone buying time to formulate responses. "How observant of you," she finally said. "I wonder, that is, did this figure appear to be substantial?" The question hung in air heavy with implications neither woman seemed ready to address directly. Miss Marple understood immediately that she'd stumbled upon something more complex than simple nocturnal wandering, and that Lady Catherine's concern about the missing brooch was perhaps connected to larger mysteries than simple theft. "Entirely substantial," Miss Marple assured her gently. "Someone of flesh and blood, going about what appeared purposeful business." Lady Catherine's relief was visible, though mixed with what might have been disappointment. She buttered her toast with mechanical precision, thoughts elsewhere, then looked up with expressions of someone making difficult decisions. "Miss Marple, I believe I haven't been entirely forthright about the circumstances surrounding recent events at Thornfield. The missing brooch, the music box, these figure appearances, I fear they may all be connected to something that happened long ago, something I'd hoped was buried with the past." The story emerging over breakfast's remainder was one of those tales embodying everything romantic and tragic about English aristocracy's relationship with love, duty, and time's inexorable passage. It concerned Lady Catherine's younger sister Margaret, who had died under circumstances the family had never fully discussed, even among themselves. Margaret Whitmore had been 18 in 1886, possessed of beauty-inspiring poets, to attempt inadequate verses and young men to commit various romantic foolishness. She had been engaged to marry Lord Ashworth, a match advantageous for both families and apparently based on genuine affection, as well as practical considerations. The wedding had been planned for the following spring, preparations already underway, and guest lists compiled with military campaign precision. Yet during winter months preceding the intended nuptials, Margaret had begun exhibiting what the family diplomatically termed nervous sensibilities. She complained of hearing music at odd hours, seeing lights moving along the cliff walk during storms, feeling watched by invisible presences. The family physician had prescribed rest, sea air and tonics that Victorian medicine believed could cure everything from melancholy to moral deficiency. Margaret had seemed to improve as spring approached, spirits lifting with lengthening days and the upcoming marriage preparation. She had worn the sapphire brooch, the very piece recently gone missing, to the final fitting of her wedding dress, laughing with sisters about managing a train designed more for dramatic effect than practical locomotion. Then, 3 days before the wedding, Margaret had vanished. Her disappearance was discovered at dawn when her maid came to help her dress for final florist consultation. Margaret's bed hadn't been slept in. Her nightgown lay discarded where she'd left it, and French doors leading to the terrace stood open to morning air. The sapphire brooch was found on her dressing table, carefully placed beside a note that simply read, "I have gone to keep a promise I made long ago." The search that followed involved local constabulary, village volunteers, and even a specialist tracker brought down from London. They found evidence that someone had walked along the cliff path during the night, footprints in soft earth, disturbed vegetation where someone had pushed through coastal scrub. But the trail ended at the cliff edge, where limestone dropped 60 feet to rocks and surging waters below. Margaret's body was never recovered. The official verdict was suicide while of unsound mind, a conclusion allowing the family to maintain social standing while providing tidy explanations for events that might otherwise have generated unwelcome speculation. Lord Ashworth married someone else the following year. Unused wedding preparations were quietly disposed of, and Margaret's name gradually faded from family conversations. Yet servants continued reporting strange occurrences. Music heard in empty rooms, figures glimpsed in gardens during foggy nights, objects moving from appointed places without explanation. Lady Catherine's parents dismissed these reports as inevitable results of too much gossip and too little supervision, but they quietly made household routine changes suggesting they weren't entirely sceptical of their staff's observations. Lady Catherine herself had been only 14 at the time of Margaret's disappearance, young enough to be shielded from many details, but old enough to understand that something terrible had torn a hole in family life's fabric. She had inherited Thornfield upon her parents' deaths, and over the years had gradually learned the full story through conversations with long-time servants and her own exploration of family documents. I had hoped, Lady Catherine concluded, voice carrying decades of managing uncomfortable legacy, that whatever restless spirit might have lingered here had finally found peace. The incidents had become quite rare, perhaps once yearly, usually during the anniversary period of Margaret's disappearance. But recently things have intensified. Miss Marple absorbed this information with careful attention, understanding that each ingredient must be properly measured and combined if the final result was to be successful. Margaret's disappearance story provided context for current mysteries, yet also raised new questions about relationships between past events and present disturbances. The timing of recent incidents, she inquired gently. Does it correspond to any particular anniversary or significant date? Lady Catherine nodded slowly. October 15th, the date of Margaret's intended wedding. We're now in early October, approaching the anniversary. This timing's significance wasn't lost on Miss Marple, who had observed over years that mysteries often followed patterns as regular as seasons, with human behaviour demonstrating the same cyclical tendencies as tides or migrating birds. The approaching anniversary could explain strange occurrence intensification, whether caused by supernatural intervention or someone using family history for their own purposes. After breakfast, Lady Catherine suggested a manor grounds tour, partly to show Miss Marple locations where various incidents had occurred, and partly because morning had developed into one of those perfect autumn days when English countryside seemed determined to remind everyone why it had inspired so many poets to attempt verses about landscape and human heart relationships. They began in the rose garden, where Thomas Wickham was engaged in seasonal tasks preparing plants for winter. Wickham proved to be a man in his 50s whose hands bore honourable scars of someone spending decades convincing thorny plants to bloom more beautifully than nature originally intended. His rose knowledge was encyclopedic, encompassing not only cultivation, but history, symbolic meanings, and roles in complex social rituals governing English garden parties for generations. Miss Margaret, she did love the roses, Wickham told them as he carefully wrapped delicate varieties in protective cloth. Had particular fondness for that climber there. The one with deep red blooms, said it reminded her of passion worth the thorns. He paused in his work, eyes taking on distant expressions of someone retrieving memories from long storage. The night she disappeared. I found some blooms scattered along the cliff path the next morning. Still fresh they were, as if someone had been carrying them. This detail hadn't been mentioned in Lady Catherine's earlier account, and Miss Marple filed it away with careful precision. The image of roses scattered along a moonlit path added romantic elements to the story, suggesting Margaret's disappearance might have involved more than simple despair or mental disturbance. They continued to the terrace extending along the manor's rear facade, where French doors opened from several ground-floor rooms onto flagstone expanse designed for outdoor entertaining. The terrace commanded magnificent coastline views, with the cliff walk clearly visible as it curved along the headland toward a distant lighthouse that had guided ships safely to harbour for over a century. Lady Catherine pointed out specific doors found open on the morning of Margaret's disappearance, those leading from what had been the young woman's bedroom, now converted to a guest suite known as the Rose Room. The doors had been carefully maintained over decades, brass fittings polished to gleaming perfection, glass panels offering unobstructed sea views. I've often wondered, Lady Catherine mused, whether Margaret left through these doors of her own accord, or whether someone might have encouraged her departure. It was a possibility Miss Marple had already considered, understanding that the official suicide verdict might have been as much about preserving family reputation as determining truth. A young woman's disappearance 3 days before her wedding could have multiple explanations, not all involving self-destruction. They walked along the cliff path following the route the mysterious figure had taken the previous evening. In daylight, the path revealed details that darkness and fog had concealed. Carefully placed stepping stones negotiating elevation changes, strategically positioned benches offering rest and spectacular views, hardy shrub plantings providing windbreaks without obstructing panoramic seascapes. Halfway along the path, they encountered something that made Miss Marple pause with sudden attention. Near one of the wooden benches, partially concealed by seagrass clumps, lay a single white rose, not scattered by wind or dropped casually, but deliberately placed with its stem tucked beneath a small stone to prevent it being blown away. The rose was fresh, petals still firm and fragrant, clearly not more than a day old. Yet it wasn't a variety Miss Marple had observed in the manor's gardens during her morning tour. This was a different cultivar, one with larger blooms and more complex fragrance suggesting careful breeding and considerable expense. Thomas Wickham, when consulted about the mysterious rose, confirmed it wasn't from Thornfield's gardens. "That's a hybrid tea rose," he said, examining the bloom with professional interest. "Beautiful specimen, but not something you'd find growing wild on the coast. Someone brought this from a proper garden, one with access to finest stock." Lady Catherine's face had grown pale as she recognised the implications. Someone had been visiting the cliff path, leaving flowers in what appeared to be memorial gestures connected to Margaret's disappearance. The question was whether this someone was a living person honouring an old tragedy, or something more mysterious defying rational explanation. They continued exploring, discovering 2 more roses placed at significant points along the path, one near a natural outcropping providing shelter from prevailing winds, and another at the very cliff edge where limestone dropped away to churning waters below. Each had been positioned with obvious care, and all were of the same expensive hybrid tea variety that couldn't have grown wild in the coastal environment. Miss Marple studied the locations where roses had been placed, noting they formed patterns that might be meaningful to someone familiar with the area's history. The positions commanded views of different seascape aspects: the harbour entrance, the lighthouse, rocky coves where smugglers had once hidden contraband. If someone were attempting to communicate messages through memorial flower placement, these locations would certainly serve that purpose. As they made their way back toward the manor, Miss Marple found herself constructing multiple theories about recent occurrences: the missing brooch, the playing music box, the nocturnal visitor, and carefully placed roses all suggested human agency rather than supernatural intervention. Yet connections between these events and the tragedy from decades past remained tantalizingly unclear. Lunch was served in the morning room, where autumn sunshine streaming through windows created light and shadow patterns shifting with cloud movement across the sky. Mrs. Dalton had prepared a meal showcasing local ingredients: fresh fish from the harbour, vegetables from the manor's kitchen garden, and bread still carrying oven warmth. Conversation remained carefully neutral, touching on topics, avoiding morning discoveries while both women processed the implications of what they had observed. It was during the dessert course, treacle tart demonstrating Mrs. Dalton's mastery of sweetness and substance balance, that Hastings appeared with information adding another layer to the developing mystery. A telegram had arrived from London, addressed to Lady Catherine and marked urgent. The message was brief but significant. Arriving this evening by motor car. Must speak with you immediately about Margaret's promise. C. Ashworth. Lady Catherine's hand trembled slightly as she set the telegram aside, and Miss Marple noticed her hostess had grown quite pale. The signature belonged to Christopher Ashworth, Lord Ashworth's youngest son, now in his 30s and apparently inheriting both his father's title and some knowledge about events surrounding Margaret's disappearance. "I haven't seen Christopher in several years," Lady Catherine explained, voice carefully controlled. "He was just a boy when his father was engaged to Margaret, too young to understand the circumstances of her disappearance. If he's travelling down from London to discuss Margaret's promise, then he must have discovered something his family chose not to share at the time." The afternoon passed slowly, with Lady Catherine attempting to maintain usual routines, while obviously distracted by the approaching evening and whatever revelations Christopher Ashworth might bring. Miss Marple spent time exploring the manor's interior, ostensibly admiring architecture and artwork, but actually conducting systematic observation of the household's rhythms and relationships. The servants moved through duties with efficiency of people who genuinely cared about maintaining their employer's comfort, yet there was an undercurrent of watchfulness suggesting they were all aware of strange occurrences troubling the house. Mrs. Pembroke, the housekeeper, seemed particularly vigilant, often pausing in her work to listen for sounds that might indicate something amiss. Young Molly, the housemaid, proved valuable when approached with the right combination of interest and discretion. She confirmed that the music box had indeed been playing melody fragments at irregular intervals, always during night hours when the house was supposed to be quiet. She also mentioned seeing lights moving along the cliff walk on several occasions, though she'd assumed they belonged to late walkers, or perhaps fishermen checking nets in the harbour below. Most intriguingly, Molly revealed that someone had been in the Rose Room recently, despite it not being occupied. She had found signs that the bed had been sat upon, the window opened, and someone had been examining the wardrobe contents where Margaret's old dresses were still stored, carefully preserved in lavender and tissue paper. Miss Marple absorbed this information while maintaining the pleasant, unassuming demeanour that had served her well over years of gathering village intelligence. Molly clearly enjoyed having someone show interest in her observations, and Jane was careful to encourage the young woman's natural powers without making her feel interrogated. The Rose Room itself, when Miss Marple eventually examined it under the pretence of admiring the manor's guest accommodations, told its own story of careful preservation and recent disturbance. The room had been maintained as a shrine to Margaret's memory, with personal belongings arranged as if she might return at any moment. Watercolour paint sat beside an easel holding an unfinished seascape, colours still vibrant despite decades of waiting. Poetry books, Byron, Shelley, Keats, rested on the bedside table, pages marked with dried flowers carefully pressed between favourite passages. Yet someone had clearly been examining these mementos recently. The book showed signs of handling, bookmarks displaced and pages bearing faint finger impressions tracing beloved lines. The wardrobe, when Miss Marple examined it thoroughly, revealed that several of Margaret's dresses had been disturbed from their careful arrangement. Most significantly, she discovered a small leather journal hidden beneath the mattress, not where Margaret might have left it, but where someone else had recently placed it for safekeeping. The journal's pages contained what appeared to be love letters in Margaret's handwriting, addressed to someone identified only as my dearest heart. The letters spoke of secret meetings, promises made beneath starlight, and love that transcended conventional arrangements society expected her to honour. The final entry, dated just days before Margaret's disappearance, was particularly revealing. "Tonight I will keep the promise I made to you beside the lighthouse. If I am brave enough to choose love over duty, we will meet where the white roses grow wild, and together we will find the life that was meant to be ours. If my courage fails me, then perhaps death is preferable to a marriage without love." Miss Marple carefully returned the journal to its hiding place, mind racing with implications. Margaret's disappearance clearly hadn't been simple suicide driven by mental instability. Instead, it appeared, the young woman had been torn between duty to family and passion for someone who wasn't her intended husband. The promise mentioned in her final letter suggested planned elopement that had somehow gone wrong, resulting in tragedy instead of romantic escape. As afternoon faded toward evening, the Manor's atmosphere seemed to thicken with anticipation. Lady Catherine attempted to maintain normal routines, but her frequent window glances and inability to concentrate revealed anxiety about Christopher Ashworth's impending arrival and whatever revelations he might bring. Dinner was served early, at Lady Catherine's request, hoping they might conclude their meal before their unexpected guest arrived. Mrs. Dalton had prepared another exemplary spread: roasted beef with Yorkshire pudding, vegetables harvested that morning from the kitchen garden, and autumn fruit speaking of England's seasonal bounty. Yet both women found their appetites diminished by unanswered questions hanging over the table. During the fish course, they heard a motor car approaching along the drive, the distinctive rumble of well-maintained machinery speaking of expensive equipment and careful maintenance. Lady Catherine's hand paused halfway to her lips, and Miss Marple could see her hostess steeling herself for whatever conversation was about to unfold. Christopher Ashworth, when Hastings showed him into the dining room, proved to be a man in his early 30s whose bearing suggested both inherited privilege and genuine intelligence. He possessed classical features that would have made him popular in society drawing rooms, yet his eyes held seriousness of someone who had recently confronted uncomfortable truths about family history. He apologised profusely for the intrusion, explaining that urgent business had prevented proper notice. His motor car had suffered minor breakdown in the village, requiring repairs that would keep him overnight, and he hoped Lady Catherine might extend hospitality to an old family friend finding himself unexpectedly stranded. Lady Catherine graciously offered both dinner and accommodation, though Miss Marple detected wariness in her hostess's manner. Christopher accepted gratefully, and conversation during the meal's remainder remained carefully neutral. Discussions of London society, mutual acquaintances, and challenges of maintaining country properties in an era of rapid social change. Only after dinner, when they had retired to the library for coffee and brandy, did Christopher broach the subject that had brought him racing down from London. He had, he explained, been sorting through his late father's papers in preparation for donating them to family solicitors for archival purposes. Among these documents he had discovered letters and materials shedding new light on circumstances surrounding Margaret's disappearance. "My father," Christopher began, voice carrying the weight of revelations that had clearly shaken his understanding of family history, was not entirely truthful about his relationship with Margaret, or about what he knew concerning her disappearance. The story emerging over the next hour was one of those tales demonstrating how rigid social conventions could create tragedies as inevitable as Greek dramas. Lord Ashworth had indeed been engaged to Margaret, and the match had appeared based on mutual affection as well as practical considerations. Yet Margaret had confided to him, in a moment of desperate honesty, that she had formed an attachment to someone else, someone whose social position made marriage impossible according to their time's conventions. This someone was Thomas Wickham, the young gardener recently employed at Thornfield. Margaret had met him during daily walks through the rose garden, where his flower knowledge had sparked conversations gradually developing into something deeper than botanical interest. Their meetings had been necessarily secret, conducted during evening strolls along the cliff path when the household was occupied with dinner and social obligations. Lord Ashworth, upon learning of this attachment, had faced a choice between exposing the relationship and causing scandal for both families, or finding some way to resolve the situation preserving everyone's reputation while acknowledging the genuine feelings involved. He had chosen what he believed to be the honourable course, approaching Margaret with an offer to release her from their engagement if she could find a way to marry Thomas and live quietly somewhere distant from both families. Margaret had been overwhelmed by this unexpected generosity, and had agreed to meet Lord Ashworth on the cliff path 3 nights before their intended wedding to finalise arrangements for her elopement with Thomas. The plan was for Thomas to secure employment in Ireland, where his horticultural skills would be valued and where the young couple could begin life together without scrutiny from those who knew their history. Yet something had gone wrong with these carefully laid plans. Margaret had kept her appointment with Lord Ashworth, but Thomas had failed to appear at the designated meeting place. Lord Ashworth had waited with Margaret for over an hour, both growing increasingly anxious, as they realised something had prevented Thomas from honouring his commitment to their shared future. According to my father's account, Christopher continued, voice growing more troubled as he approached his story's climax, Margaret became quite distressed when Thomas failed to appear. She was convinced that something terrible had happened to him, or that he had changed his mind about their elopement. My father tried to persuade her to return to the house, to wait until morning when they could make inquiries about Thomas's whereabouts, but Margaret was determined to search for him. Lord Ashworth had reluctantly agreed to accompany Margaret as she explored cliff-top areas where Thomas might have been waiting, understanding that her emotional state made prudent caution impossible. They had searched for another hour, calling Thomas's name and examining every shadow that might conceal a waiting figure. Near the cliff edge, where limestone crumbled away to rocks below, they had found evidence of what appeared to be a struggle. The ground was disturbed, vegetation trampled, and there were signs that someone had fallen or been pushed over the precipice. Most ominously, they discovered Thomas's cap caught on a gorse bush several feet down the cliff face, apparently torn from his head during a desperate attempt to save himself. Margaret's reaction to this discovery had been immediate and devastating. She became convinced that Thomas had been murdered to prevent their elopement, and that her own life might be in danger from whoever had committed this crime. Lord Ashworth had tried to persuade her to return to the house, to report the incident to authorities and allow proper investigation to determine what had happened to Thomas. But Margaret, in her grief and terror, had refused to listen to reason. She was convinced that the same forces that had destroyed Thomas would prevent any honest investigation of his death, and that her only choices were to flee immediately or join her beloved in whatever fate had befallen him. Before Lord Ashworth could prevent her, she had stepped backward toward the cliff edge, declaring her intention to leap to her death rather than live without Thomas or face the consequences of their discovered love. My father managed to catch her arm as she stepped backward, Christopher said, voice barely above a whisper. He pulled her back from the edge, but in doing so they both lost their footing on the crumbling limestone. Margaret fell into the sea, and my father was left clinging to the cliff face, too injured to attempt any rescue. Lord Ashworth had eventually managed to climb back to safety, but by then Margaret had vanished beneath dark waters. The tide was going out, carrying whatever remained of the young woman away from the coast toward the open Atlantic. Despite immediate searches involving local fishermen and coastal patrol, no trace of Margaret's body was ever recovered. The official story of suicide while of unsound mind had been constructed to protect both families from scandal that would have resulted from the truth that a young woman of good family had died while attempting to elope with a gardener, and that her death had been preceded by what appeared to be her intended lover's murder. Lord Ashworth had carried the weight of these secrets for the rest of his life, never speaking of what had really happened that night until he committed the truth to paper in documents intended for posthumous discovery. Miss Marple listened to this account with careful attention, understanding that truth was often more complex than any single perspective could encompass. Christopher's story explained many elements that had puzzled her about current mysteries. The connection between the anniversary of Margaret's disappearance and recent disturbances, the significance of roses placed along the cliff path, and the reasons someone might be leaving memorial tokens at locations associated with the tragedy. Yet questions remained. If Thomas Wickham had died in 1886, who was the current gardener bearing the same name? Was this coincidence, deliberate deception, or evidence of family connections spanning the decades since the original tragedy? And who had been visiting the rose room, examining Margaret's possessions and leaving white roses along the cliff path as if honouring promises made long ago? Lady Catherine, who had listened to Christopher's revelations with growing pallor, finally spoke into the silence that had settled over the library. "The Thomas Wickham who currently tends our gardens," she said slowly, "is the great-nephew of the man who loved Margaret. He came to us 5 years ago, seeking employment and carrying letters of recommendation that mentioned his family's previous connection to Thornfield. I thought it was fitting that someone bearing that name should return to care for the roses Margaret had loved." The implications of this revelation sent new currents of understanding through Miss Marple's thoughts. The current Thomas Wickham was connected by blood to the young man whose love for Margaret had ultimately led to both their deaths. His presence at Thornfield wasn't coincidental but deliberately sought, and his knowledge of the garden's history was based on more than professional training. "Has he ever spoken to you about his great-uncle's history here?" Miss Marple inquired gently. Lady Catherine shook her head. "Never directly, but I've noticed that he tends Margaret's favourite roses with particular care, and he's mentioned finding old garden plans hidden in the potting shed, drawings that showed the original layout of the rose garden as it existed during Margaret's time. He's been working to restore the plantings to their historical arrangement, saying that some flowers deserve to grow where they were originally intended to bloom." The pieces of the puzzle were beginning to arrange themselves into patterns suggesting human agency rather than supernatural intervention. The current Thomas Wickham had clearly discovered details about his great-uncle's tragic love affair, and was using his position at Thornfield to honour that relationship in ways connecting past and present. The missing sapphire brooch, the playing music box, and nocturnal visits to the cliff path all suggested someone conducting a private memorial ritual based on family stories passed down through generations. Yet the mystery wasn't complete. The figure Miss Marple had observed the previous evening had been moving with purpose along the cliff path, carrying something outward and returning empty-handed. The white roses placed at strategic locations were fresh and expensive, suggesting ongoing commemoration rather than single memorial gestures. Most intriguingly, the music box that had been silent for decades was now playing melody fragments, as if someone had discovered how to repair its long-dormant mechanism. As if summoned by their conversation, the sound of that very music box began to drift through the manor's corridors. Not the full melody it had once played, but haunting fragments that seemed to echo the incomplete nature of the story they had been discussing. The three listeners sat in silence as the broken tune wound its way through the house, each phrase trailing off into silence before beginning again. Christopher rose from his chair with intention of investigating the music's source, but Miss Marple gently suggested they might learn more by observing than by interrupting. The melody continued for several minutes, sometimes clear and sweet, sometimes faltering as if the mechanism were struggling to remember how to function properly. Then, gradually it faded into the silence that had claimed it for so many years, leaving only the whisper of sea wind around the manor's stone walls. "Tomorrow," Miss Marple announced quietly, "I believe we should have a conversation with Thomas Wickham about his family's connection to Thornfield. not as an interrogation, but as an opportunity for him to share whatever knowledge he has about the events that have been troubling this house. Lady Catherine nodded gratefully, clearly relieved to have someone else take responsibility for navigating the delicate social currents involved in discussing such sensitive matters with a household staff member. Christopher agreed to remain for another day, both to assist with any revelations that might emerge and to satisfy his own curiosity about current manifestations of his family's historical involvement with the Whitmore tragedy. They retired to their respective rooms with careful courtesy of people who understood that the following day would likely bring revelations changing their understanding of events that had shaped multiple generations. Miss Marple found herself once again drawn to the Blue Room's window, where she could observe the cliff path in the silver light of the nearly full moon. Tonight, fog remained at sea, allowing clear views of the coastal landscape that had witnessed so much drama over the decades. The white roses placed along the path during previous evenings glowed in the moonlight, marking locations that held significance for someone who understood the geography of love and loss defining this particular stretch of English coast. As she watched, Miss Marple became aware of movement near the Manor's rear terrace. A figure emerged from shadows cast by the building's stone walls, someone dressed in dark clothing who moved with confident familiarity she had observed the previous evening. This time, however, the figure wasn't alone. A second person joined the first near the French doors leading from the Rose Room, and together they began to walk along the cliff path, toward the lighthouse. Even at distance, Miss Marple could see that one figure was taller than the other, and that they moved together with comfortable synchronization of people who had walked this route many times before. Rather than simply observing from her window, Miss Marple made a decision that would have surprised those who knew her only as a gentle village spinster with interests in knitting and parish gossip. She wrapped her warmest shawl around her shoulders, slipped her feet into sturdy walking shoes, and quietly made her way downstairs and out through the Manor's rear entrance. Night air carried salt tang of the sea and sweet fragrance of late-blooming roses still gracing the garden despite advancing season. Miss Marple moved carefully along gravel paths, using shadows cast by mature shrubs and garden structures to conceal her progress toward the cliff walk. Her years of observing human nature in St. Mary Mead had taught her that people often revealed true intentions when they believed themselves unobserved. The two figures ahead had reached the first location where white roses had been placed, and she could see they were indeed conducting some memorial ritual. They paused at each marked location, one placing something on the ground while the other stood in an attitude suggesting prayer or remembrance. Their movements were deliberate and respectful, lacking any sense of guilt or secrecy that might suggest wrongdoing. As Miss Marple drew closer, moving with careful stealth, she began to discern more details about the mysterious pair. The taller figure appeared to be a man in middle age, dressed in practical clothing suggesting outdoor work. The shorter figure was clearly a woman, though her dark coat and hooded shawl made it difficult to determine much about her appearance or age. They were speaking to each other in voices too low for Miss Marple to distinguish individual words, but the tone suggested intimacy and shared understanding. These weren't strangers collaborating on some impersonal mission, but people whose connection ran deep enough to encompass both the present moment and the historical tragedy they were commemorating. When they reached the cliff edge where Margaret and Thomas had met their fate decades earlier, both figures knelt beside the final white rose placed there. The woman produced something from beneath her coat, an object that caught moonlight and reflected it back with the distinctive gleam of precious stones. Even at distance, Miss Marple recognised the characteristic fire of sapphires set in gold. The missing brooch was being returned to its intended location, not as theft, but as tribute. The woman held it up to catch moonlight, then carefully placed it among the rose petals as if creating a shrine combining natural beauty with human craftsmanship. The man beside her produced what appeared to be a small music box, undoubtedly the one whose melodies had been haunting the manor's corridors. He wound the mechanism and allowed it to play its full melody for the first time in decades. The tune that emerged was heartbreakingly beautiful, a romantic air speaking of love that transcended boundaries between life and death. As music drifted across the cliff top, both figures bowed their heads, in what was clearly a moment of profound remembrance. Miss Marple understood immediately that she was witnessing not crime or haunting, but a love story that had found ways to continue across generations. The current Thomas Wickham and his companion, whoever she might be, were honouring the memory of the original Thomas and Margaret by recreating romantic gestures that had been interrupted by tragedy decades earlier. When the music box completed its melody and wound down to silence, the couple rose from their kneeling position and began making their way back along the cliff path. This time they moved more slowly, often pausing to look back at the memorial they had created, and their conversation took on comfortable rhythm of people who had successfully completed something important to them both. Miss Marple remained concealed until they had passed her hiding place among the windswept hawthorns, then quietly followed at a distance, allowing observation without intrusion. She watched as they reached the Manor's terrace and prepared to part company, the man heading toward what she assumed were staff quarters, while the woman approached the French doors leading to the Rose Room. Only when the woman pushed back her hood to look up at the Manor's windows did Miss Marple finally see her face clearly in moonlight. The features were mature but still beautiful, framed by silver hair that caught lunar glow. Most significantly, the face bore unmistakable resemblance to the portrait of young Margaret hanging in the Manor's gallery. The same delicate bone structure, the same expressive eyes, the same graceful carriage suggesting both strength and sensitivity. Miss Marple realised with shock that sent her carefully, constructed theories tumbling that this woman wasn't simply someone commemorating Margaret's memory, but someone who shared Margaret's bloodline in ways that made her presence at Thornfield far more significant than any casual memorial gesture. As the woman disappeared through the French doors into the Rose Room, Miss Marple made her way back to her own quarters with thoughts racing. The mystery was far more complex than she had initially suspected, involving not just historical tragedy and family secrets, but the possibility that Margaret's story hadn't ended with her apparent death in the waters below the cliffs. Back in the Blue Room, Miss Marple settled into the window seat with satisfaction of someone who had finally glimpsed the true shape of a puzzle, revealing itself piece by careful piece. Tomorrow's conversation with Thomas Wickham would need to encompass not just his family's historical connection to Thornfield, but the current situation that had brought him and his mysterious companion together in their nocturnal memorial rituals. The implications of what she had witnessed were staggering. If the woman she had observed shared Margaret's bloodline, then either Margaret herself had somehow survived her plunge into the sea decades earlier, or she had left behind a descendant whose existence had been kept secret from the family that believed her line had ended with her tragic death. Miss Marple spent the remaining hours before dawn reviewing everything she had observed and learned since arriving at Thornfield, arranging facts into patterns accommodating this new possibility. The missing brooch, the playing music box, the disturbed contents of the Rose Room, the expensive white roses, all could be explained by someone who had legitimate claim to Margaret's possessions and memory, someone whose right to commemorate the lost love story was based on blood as well as sentiment. As sunrise painted the eastern sky in shades of pearl and rose, Miss Marple felt quiet satisfaction of someone who had finally understood the true nature of a mystery that had masqueraded as something supernatural while actually being profoundly, movingly human. The secrets of Thornfield Manor were about to be revealed, and she suspected the truth would prove more beautiful and complex than anyone had dared to imagine. Morning brought with it the promise of revelation and resolution, as autumn mornings often did when mist lifted from the sea to reveal landscapes transformed by changing seasons' gentle alchemy. Miss Marple prepared for the day with careful attention, understanding that truth required both patience and proper timing to reach full illumination. Breakfast was served as usual in the morning room, where Lady Catherine and Christopher Ashworth joined Miss Marple in discussing their plans for conversation with Thomas Wickham. Both had noticed that their guest seemed unusually thoughtful, as if she had spent night hours arranging information pieces into patterns others hadn't yet perceived. "I believe," Miss Marple announced as she added cream to her tea with precise movements of someone who had made certain decisions during the night, "that our conversation with Thomas will be most illuminating if we approach it as an opportunity for truth-telling rather than interrogation. There are family secrets that have been preserved for decades, and they deserve to be honoured as well as revealed." Lady Catherine nodded agreement, though Miss Marple detected slight tremor in her hostess's hands, suggesting anxiety about what those family secrets might prove to be. Christopher remained thoughtfully silent, clearly processing implications of his father's revelations and wondering what additional surprises might emerge from the morning's planned discussions. Thomas Wickham was summoned to the library at 10 o'clock, arriving with quiet dignity suggesting he'd been expecting this conversation for some time. He carried his gardener's hat in hand, showing honest calluses of outdoor work, and his bearing demonstrated the particular combination of deference and self-respect characterising the best of the English working class. Miss Marple had suggested that she conduct initial questioning, understanding that her status as outsider might make it easier for Thomas to speak freely about sensitive family matters. She began gently, asking about his great-uncle's employment at Thornfield and family stories passed down through generations. Thomas confirmed that his great-uncle had indeed worked at the Manor during the 1880s, employed as under-gardener with particular responsibility for the rose garden that had been Lady Margaret's special interest. Family tradition held that the young man had formed an attachment to Lady Margaret going beyond appropriate boundaries between employer and servant, and that this attachment had led to tragedy for both. "My great-grandmother, Thomas's sister, used to tell stories about letters he sent home. During his time here," Thomas said, voice carrying measured cadence of someone who had thought carefully about what he wanted to say. He wrote about the young lady who knew every rose's name in the garden, who could identify flowers by scent alone, and who listened to his ideas about new plantings as if his opinions mattered more than his station. The letters had described clandestine meetings along the cliff path, conversations beginning with horticulture discussions but gradually expanding to encompass dreams of different life. Thomas's great-uncle had been aware that his feelings for Lady Margaret were inappropriate according to their time's social conventions, yet he had been unable to prevent himself from hoping that love might find ways to transcend the barriers society had erected between them. "The last letter my family received from him was dated 3 days before the night he disappeared," Thomas continued. "He wrote that Lady Margaret had found a way for them to be together, that a gentleman of honour had offered to help them escape to Ireland where they could marry and begin life together. He was so happy in that letter, so full of hope for their future." Yet Thomas had never reached the appointed meeting place where Lord Ashworth was to help arrange the elopement. According to stories passed down through his family, Thomas had been waylaid on his way to meet Margaret and her benefactor, attacked by persons unknown who apparently intended to prevent the planned escape. "My great-grandmother never believed the official story that Thomas had fallen accidentally from the cliff," Thomas said, voice growing stronger as he shared family convictions. She was convinced that someone had murdered him to prevent the elopement, someone who couldn't tolerate the idea of a lady of quality marrying beneath her station. The family had speculated for generations about who might have committed such crime, and why authorities had been so quick to accept explanations, ignoring obvious evidence of foul play. The discovery of Thomas's cap caught on vegetation halfway down the cliff face suggested he had been pushed rather than fallen, yet no investigation had been conducted to determine what had really happened to him. Miss Marple listened to these revelations with careful attention, understanding that family traditions often preserved truths that official records chose to ignore. The story Thomas Wickham's family had maintained for decades provided crucial context for understanding current mysteries at Thornfield Manor. "The woman who accompanies you during your evening visits to the cliff path," Miss Marple said gently. "She shares more than casual interest in honouring your great-uncle's memory." Thomas's composure faltered for the first time during their conversation, and Miss Marple could see him struggling with conflicting demands of loyalty and honesty. He glanced toward Lady Catherine with expressions seeming to ask permission for revelations that might change everything she thought she knew about her family's history. Lady Catherine, demonstrating courage that had enabled English aristocratic women to navigate centuries of political and social upheaval, nodded consent for whatever truth Thomas felt compelled to share. "The woman who helps me tend the memorial roses," Thomas said slowly, "is Lady Margaret's daughter." The silence following this revelation was profound, filled with implications none of them had been prepared to confront. Lady Catherine's face had gone completely white, and Christopher leaned forward with complete bewilderment. "That's impossible," Lady Catherine whispered. "Margaret died childless. She disappeared 3 days before her wedding." Thomas shook his head with gentle persistence of someone who had spent years preparing for this moment. Lady Margaret survived her fall into the sea. She was rescued by Irish fishermen working the waters off the coast that night, fishermen who recognised her condition and understood that she needed sanctuary rather than publicity. The story Thomas then related was one demonstrating how rigid social conventions could force people into choices shaping multiple generations. Margaret had indeed intended to leap to her death rather than face life without Thomas, but her fall into the sea had been broken by the rigging of a fishing boat whose crew was hauling nets in the sheltered waters below the cliffs. The fisherman who pulled her from the water had recognised immediately that she was a lady in distress, and that her obvious pregnancy made her situation even more precarious than her sodden condition suggested. Rather than return her to shore where questions would be asked and scandals would erupt, they had taken her with them to Ireland, where their families helped her establish a new identity as a widow whose husband had been lost at sea. Margaret had given birth to a daughter 6 months later, in a small cottage on the Irish coast, where she was known as Mrs. Thomas Wickham, talking her lost, love's name as both tribute and protection. She had lived quietly in Ireland for 35 years, supporting herself and her daughter through watercolour painting and modest inheritance she had managed to preserve from her previous life. She returned to England only 5 years ago, Thomas explained, after learning that I had secured employment at Thornfield. She wanted to see the place where she had been happy, and to ensure that someone remembered what had really happened to my great-uncle. The woman Miss Marple had observed during nocturnal memorial ceremonies was indeed Margaret herself, now in her late 70s, but still possessed of grace and beauty that had inspired such devotion in her youth. Her daughter, Margaret's daughter, lived in the nearby village where she had established herself as a teacher, using her mother's artistic talents and her own education to create independent life, honouring both her legitimate heritage and her somewhat irregular birth. Lady Catherine struggled to absorb these revelations, her worldview rearranging itself around knowledge that her beloved sister had not only survived but had been living a fulfilling life less than 50 miles away for the past 5 years. The grief she had carried for decades was being replaced by a complex mixture of joy, anger, and bewilderment that would take considerable time to process. "Why didn't she contact the family?" Lady Catherine asked, voice barely audible. "Why let us believe she was dead all these years?" The answer revealed depths of Margaret's understanding about social pressures that had initially driven her to contemplate suicide. She had realised that returning to claim her place in the family would require explanations about her pregnancy, her life in Ireland, and her daughter's illegitimate status. Such revelations would have created scandals that could have destroyed not only her own reputation, but that of everyone connected to the Whitmore name. Instead, she had chosen to let the world believe she was dead while quietly creating new life based on love, art, and independence that women of her generation rarely achieved. Her decision to return to the Thornfield area had been motivated not by desire for a reunion, but by need to ensure that Thomas's memory was properly honoured and that the truth about their love story was preserved for posterity. "She's been staying in the Rose Room," Thomas admitted, with Lady Catherine's unknowing permission. "She has keys dating back to her time here, and she's been using the room to reconnect with her memories while helping me create the memorial garden we've been planning." The memorial garden, it emerged, was to be a lasting tribute to the love story, interrupted by tragedy and misunderstanding. Margaret and Thomas had been working together to restore the rose garden to its 1880s configuration, using original plantings and design elements that would recreate the setting where their great-uncle and Margaret had first discovered their feelings for each other. The sapphire brooch, the music box, and other personal items that had been moved around the manor were all part of Margaret's process of saying goodbye to her former life, while honouring the love that had shaped everything that followed. She had been preparing to reveal herself to Lady Catherine, but had wanted to complete the memorial garden first, as a gift demonstrating her continued love for both Thornfield and the family she had been forced to leave behind. Miss Marple found herself deeply moved by this story of love that had found ways to persist across decades and social barriers. The mystery of the coastal manor had indeed involved lost promises and hidden treasures, but the truth was far more beautiful than any supernatural explanation could have provided. As if summoned by their conversation, the sound of footsteps could be heard approaching the library, accompanied by the distinctive rustle of silk skirts and gentle tap of a walking stick on wooden floors. The library door opened to reveal a woman whose bearing immediately confirmed every aspect of Thomas's remarkable story. Margaret Whitmore, or Margaret Wickham, as she had been known for 35 years, entered the room with quiet dignity that had enabled her to navigate unconventional choices while maintaining essential grace. Her silver hair was arranged in a style suggesting both practicality and elegance, and her clothing demonstrated the particular combination of quality and simplicity, characterizing those who had learned to live well on modest means. Most remarkably, despite the passage of time and challenges she had faced, Margaret retained essential beauty that had inspired such devotion in her youth. Her eyes held wisdom from experience voluntarily chosen rather than passively endured, and her smile carried warmth of someone who had discovered that love could indeed transcend conventional boundaries society had attempted to impose. The reunion between sisters unfolded with emotional intensity that Miss Marple understood was best observed from respectful distance. She quietly withdrew from the library, along with Christopher and Thomas, leaving Margaret and Lady Catherine to begin the process of bridging decades of separation with careful honesty such revelations required. As she stood in the manor's entrance hall listening to voices carrying grief, joy, and complex explanation, Miss Marple reflected on mysteries that masqueraded as supernatural phenomena while actually representing the most fundamental human experiences: love, loss, sacrifice, and memory's enduring power to shape present reality. The fog that had shrouded Thornfield Manor for the past several days began to lift as morning progressed, revealing the full beauty of coastal landscape that had witnessed so much drama over the decades. The roses in the garden seemed to glow more brightly in clearing air, as if they too understood that long-hidden truths were finally being brought into light. The remainder of Miss Marple's visit to Thornfield unfolded with gentle grace of reunions that had been delayed by circumstances beyond anyone's control, but were finally being allowed to reach their natural conclusion. Margaret and Lady Catherine spent hours each day walking through the gardens, sharing stories of their separate lives and gradually rebuilding the sisterly bond that had been interrupted but never truly broken. Christopher Ashworth proved to be an invaluable bridge between the families, his father's posthumous honesty having created opportunities for healing that might not otherwise have existed. His presence ensured that the Ashworth family's role in the original tragedy could be acknowledged and forgiven, transforming old sources of pain into new foundations for friendship and mutual support. Thomas Wickham's position at Thornfield was formalised with expanded responsibilities, reflecting his historical research and vision for the Memorial Garden project. The combination of his horticultural expertise and Margaret's artistic vision promised to create something truly extraordinary that would honour the past while providing beauty and inspiration for future generations. Most significantly, arrangements were made for Margaret to take permanent residence at Thornfield, occupying a charming cottage on the estate that would provide independence while keeping her close to the sister she had missed for so many years. The Rose Room would be restored to its original purpose as Margaret's personal suite when she wished to stay in the main house, allowing her to reclaim her place in the family home while surrounded by possessions that had waited patiently for her return. The sapphire brooch would remain as part of the memorial garden during daylight hours, but would return each evening to its proper place among Margaret's jewellery, symbolising the connection between public memory and private devotion. The music box resumed its place of honour in the library, where its melodies would once again provide soundtrack for family gatherings and quiet evenings spent in comfortable companionship. The mechanical problems that had silenced the music box for decades had apparently been caused by a small piece of paper wedged in the works, a paper that, when removed and examined, proved to be the final page of a love letter Margaret had written to Thomas on the night of her disappearance. The letter's conclusion provided fitting epilogue to the weekend's revelations. "Whatever tomorrow may bring, my dearest heart, know that love such as ours cannot be destroyed by death or separation or time's passage. If I cannot be with you in this life, then I will find ways to honour our love that will endure beyond any single lifetime, creating something beautiful from our earthly dreams' ashes." Miss Marple's role in facilitating these discoveries and reconciliations was acknowledged with grateful appreciation that she had learned to value more highly than any material reward. The satisfaction of seeing love triumph over obstacles that had seemed insurmountable provided her with deep contentment that comes from witnessing hope's restoration in situations where despair had seemed the only reasonable response. As she prepared to return to St Mary Mead and her own quiet routines, Miss Marple took a final walk along the cliff path where so much recent drama had unfolded. The memorial roses had been supplemented with additional plantings that would bloom throughout seasons, ensuring that the tribute to enduring love would provide beauty and inspiration year-round rather than only during anniversary periods when grief had initially motivated their placement. The lighthouse continued its eternal vigil, beacons sweeping across waters that had witnessed both tragedy and rescue, loss and recovery, despair and ultimate triumph. The sight reminded Miss Marple that even in the darkest circumstances, there were always sources of guidance and hope for those who possessed wisdom to recognise them, and courage to follow their light. The cottage where Margaret would make her new home nestled among mature trees, providing both privacy and protection from coastal winds, branches creating natural windbreaks that would shelter the garden she planned to establish with Thomas's assistance. The building itself was charming without being ostentatious, offering comfortable domesticity that would allow her to pursue artistic interests while remaining connected to family and community she'd been forced to abandon so many years earlier. The restoration of the main rose garden was progressing beautifully, with historical plantings being supplemented by new varieties that honoured the original design spirit while incorporating modern improvements in disease resistance and bloom duration. The combination of Margaret's artistic vision and Thomas's horticultural expertise was creating something that would serve as both memorial and living testament to collaboration's power to transform tragedy into beauty. As Miss Marple completed her packing and prepared to bid farewell to the household that had welcomed her so graciously, she reflected on various elements that had combined to create such satisfying resolution to what had initially appeared to be an unsolvable mystery. The key had been recognizing that apparently supernatural occurrences were actually expressions of very human needs for connection, memory, and reconciliation. The missing sapphire brooch had been taken not by a thief seeking material gain, but by someone reclaiming a possession holding profound sentimental value and symbolic significance. The music box that had begun playing after decades of silence had been repaired not by ghostly intervention, but by someone who understood its emotional importance and possessed technical knowledge needed to restore its function. The nocturnal figures observed moving along the cliff path had been conducting memorial rituals, honouring both private grief and shared hope, creating tributes connecting past tragedy to present healing while establishing foundations for future joy. The roses placed at significant locations had marked not just sites of historical importance, but waypoints on a journey from loss toward recovery that had required decades to complete. Most significantly, the mystery had been solved not through dramatic confrontation or clever deduction, but through patient observation and gentle encouragement that had allowed long-buried truths to emerge naturally when the time was finally right for their revelation. The resolution had required not just intellectual analysis, but emotional wisdom, recognizing the difference between secrets, concealing wrongdoing, and secrets protecting vulnerable people from social consequences they weren't equipped to handle. Lady Catherine's gratitude when Miss Marple took her leave was expressed with heartfelt sincerity that made any temporary inconvenience seem insignificant, compared to the joy of witnessing genuine reconciliation between people who belong together. The tears in her eyes were clearly tears of happiness rather than sorrow, representing the release of accumulated grief and the restoration of family bonds that had seemed permanently severed. Margaret's farewell was equally moving, accompanied by presentation of a small watercolour painting, capturing the view from the cliff path, where their story had reached its climax and resolution. The painting would serve as permanent reminder of the weekend when love had finally triumphed over obstacles that had seemed too formidable to overcome, providing Miss Marple with beautiful memento of her role in facilitating such a remarkable reunion. Thomas Wickham's quiet appreciation was expressed through the gift of a small cutting from one of the memorial roses, carefully wrapped for transport so that Miss Marple could establish her own tribute to enduring love in the garden of her cottage in St Mary Mead. The gesture symbolised connections that had been forged between all participants in the weekend's revelations, creating bonds that would persist long after the immediate excitement of discovery had faded into comfortable memory. The train journey back to St Mary Mead provided Miss Marple with reflective time, allowing her to process fully the implications of what she'd witnessed and help to facilitate. The coastal railway followed much the same route she had travelled several days earlier, but the landscape seemed transformed by her new understanding of human dramas that had unfolded against this backdrop of natural beauty. The fishing villages she observed from train windows now reminded her of the Irish community that had provided Margaret with sanctuary during her years of exile, demonstrating how strangers' kindness could create opportunities for healing and growth, even in the most challenging circumstances. The lighthouse beacons dotting the coastline served as symbols of hope and guidance, persisting through the darkest hours, offering direction to travellers who might otherwise lose their way. The manor houses and estate cottages scattered across the landscape represented complex social structures that had shaped the original tragedy, while also providing foundation for its eventual resolution. The same institutions that had once made cross-class romance seem impossible had evolved over decades to become more flexible and accommodating, allowing love to find expression in ways that earlier generations might not have imagined. As the train approached St Mary Mead and Miss Marple prepared to resume her normal routines, she carried with her satisfaction of having witnessed one of those rare mysteries where the resolution was more beautiful and meaningful than anyone had dared to hope. The fog that had shrouded the coastal manor had lifted to reveal not just truth about past events, but possibility of future happiness based on love that had survived seemingly insurmountable challenges. The cottage that served as Miss Marple's home seemed to welcome her return with comfortable familiarity that made her appreciate anew the value of having a place in the world where one belonged completely and without question. Her garden, though modest compared to Thornfield Manor's extensive grounds, provided its own opportunities for creating beauty and nurturing growth, connecting her to the same fundamental rhythms that had sustained English life for centuries. The cutting from the memorial rose, when planted in carefully chosen spot beside her kitchen window, would serve as daily reminder of the weekend when mystery had been transformed into revelation, when grief had been replaced by joy, and when love's persistent power had proved stronger than any obstacle that human malice or social convention could devise. In the weeks following her return to St Mary Mead, Miss Marple received regular letters from Thornfield, keeping her informed about continuing developments in Margaret and Lady Catherine's renewed relationship. The sisters were clearly making up for lost time with intensive conversation and shared activity, demonstrating how strong their bond had remained despite decades of forced separation. The memorial garden was progressing beautifully, with Thomas and Margaret's collaboration producing results exceeding even their own optimistic expectations. Visitors were already beginning to arrive from neighbouring counties, drawn by word-of-mouth accounts of the garden's beauty and the romantic story that had inspired its creation. The combination of horticultural excellence and human interest was proving irresistible to those who appreciated both botanical artistry and tales of love triumphing over adversity. Margaret's artistic career was experiencing something of a renaissance, with her watercolour paintings of the coastal landscape gaining recognition from galleries and collectors who appreciated both her technical skill and the emotional depth informing her work. The years of exile in Ireland hadn't diminished her talents but had deepened them, adding layers of experience and wisdom that transformed her art from merely competent to genuinely moving. Most gratifyingly, Margaret's daughter had been enthusiastically welcomed into the family circle, with Lady Catherine proving to be the devoted aunt who took genuine pleasure in providing social connections and opportunities that could enhance her niece's prospects for marriage and advancement. The young woman's teaching career was flourishing, supported now by resources and influence that came with acknowledged membership in the Whitmore family. Christopher Ashworth had become a regular visitor to Thornfield, drawn not only by his scholarly interest in documenting historical events, but by the warm welcome he received from people who appreciated his family's role in preserving crucial information about past tragedies. His presence created bridge between families that had been shaped by these events, transforming old sources of pain into new foundations for friendship and mutual support. The historical archive Christopher had proposed was taking shape as a serious scholarly resource, with documents and artefacts being carefully catalogued and preserved for future researchers interested in Victorian social history and the ways rigid class structures had created both tragedies and opportunities for those who learned to navigate them successfully. Miss Marple's own role in facilitating these developments continued to be acknowledged and appreciated, with regular invitations to return to Thornfield for special occasions and seasonal celebrations. The knowledge that she had helped create such positive outcomes from what had initially appeared to be an unsolvable mystery provided her with deep satisfaction that came from understanding her own unique gifts and using them in service to others who needed exactly the patient observation and gentle wisdom she was uniquely qualified to provide. The memorial rose cutting, as it established itself in Miss Marple's garden and began showing signs of vigorous growth, served as daily reminder that love could indeed transcend any obstacle when it was based on genuine affection and mutual respect, rather than mere romantic infatuation or social convenience. The plant's healthy development seemed to symbolize the way relationships at Thornfield were growing stronger and more beautiful with each passing season. As autumn deepened into winter and Miss Marple settled back into comfortable rhythms of village life in St Mary Mead, she often found herself reflecting on lessons she had learned during her weekend at the coastal manor. The mystery of the fog and missing heirloom had taught her once again that the most profound human dramas often masqueraded as supernatural phenomena, requiring not dramatic intervention, but patient understanding and gentle encouragement to reveal their true nature. The story of Margaret and Thomas's great-uncle had demonstrated that love based on genuine compatibility and shared values could survive even the most challenging circumstances, finding ways to persist and ultimately triumph, despite obstacles that initially seemed insurmountable. Their example provided hope for anyone facing similar challenges in their own relationships, proving that determination and faith could indeed move mountains when directed toward worthy goals. The resolution of the Thornfield mystery had also illustrated the importance of family bonds transcending immediate social convenience, showing how siblings who truly cared for each other could rebuild relationships even after decades of separation and misunderstanding. Margaret and Lady Catherine's reunion had been possible because their original affection had been strong enough to survive time and circumstance tests. Most significantly, the entire experience had reinforced Miss Marple's understanding that the most meaningful mysteries were those involving human hearts rather than criminal minds, requiring emotional wisdom rather than intellectual cleverness to achieve satisfactory resolution. The skills that served her so well in village life, patient observation, gentle questioning, and genuine concern for others' welfare, had proved to be exactly what was needed to help heal wounds that had festered for decades. As winter gave way to spring and the memorial rose cutting began showing its first tentative buds, Miss Marple looked forward to the bloom that would commemorate not just successful mystery solving but deeper understanding of the ways love could transform even the most challenging circumstances into opportunities for growth, healing, and renewed hope. The cutting's eventual flowering would mark not just completion of its first year in her garden, but the beginning of what she hoped would be many seasons of beauty, serving as living reminder of the weekend when fog had lifted from a coastal manor to reveal truths more beautiful than anyone had dared to imagine. In the gentle rhythm of tending her garden and observing changing seasons, Miss Marple found the same satisfaction that had sustained English country life for centuries. The knowledge that patient care and attention to small details could indeed create beauty and meaning, enriching not just one's own existence, but the lives of everyone fortunate enough to share in the bounty such dedication could produce. The mystery of Miss Marple and the fog of the coastal manor had been solved not through dramatic revelation, but through gradual lifting of mist that allowed truth to emerge naturally when the time was finally right for its appearance. Like morning fog that retreats before the sun's warming rays, the confusion and sorrow that had shrouded Thornfield Manor for decades had finally dissipated to reveal the landscape of love that had always existed beneath its concealing veils. As she settled into sleep each night, surrounded by familiar comforts of her own cottage and garden, Miss Marple carried with her warm satisfaction of having witnessed love's ultimate triumph over the forces that had sought to destroy it. The fog had lifted, mysteries had been solved, and somewhere on the distant coast, roses bloomed in memorial gardens, where promises made long ago had finally been kept. The gentle sound of waves against distant shores seemed to whisper through her dreams, carrying with them the eternal message that love, like the tides themselves, could never truly be stopped, only delayed in its inevitable return to the places where it belonged. In this knowledge, Miss Marple found the deepest peace of all, understanding that in a world often troubled by darkness and uncertainty, there would always be room for stories where love conquered all, and where patient hearts could find their way home at last. And so our tale draws to its gentle close, where fog has lifted and hearts have found their harbour. Margaret's roses bloom eternal now beside the cliff-top path. Thomas tends his memorial garden. With loving hands, and two sisters walk together through grounds that have witnessed both sorrow and joy's eventual triumph. The sea continues its ancient conversation with the shore. The lighthouse sweeps its faithful beam across waters that hold both endings and beginnings, and in cottage windows warm light speaks of homes where love has finally learned to rest. Thank you for walking these moonlit paths with me tonight, for sharing in mysteries that touch the heart more than they puzzled the mind. If this story has brought you peace, perhaps tomorrow's sleep will come more gently, carrying dreams of coastal gardens where white roses mark the places love refused to surrender. Until we meet again in stories yet untold, may your own sleep be deep, your dreams be kind, and may you wake tomorrow knowing that even the thickest fog must eventually yield to morning's gentle light. Sweet dreams, dear listeners, sweet dreams.